All right, good morning. Welcome to the December quarterly meeting of the Kansas State Board of Nursing. You have a quorum today. I'm Andrea Watson. I'm the Vice President of the board. Juliana Reese, our president, could not be with us today. So we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. We do have an on-site packet to review.
Yes, we do. The draft of the fiscal year 23 annual report is in your on-site packet, and that is an agenda item.
Do you have any additions or revisions to the board agenda?
We're going to move one thing around here. Under unfinished business, number 2, the nursing workforce data discussion. That's actually going to be moved up a little bit to 10 o'clock. And so that's the change. I think that's the only change that I know about.
Any announcements? So we'll move to approval of the minutes from our September 14th, 2023 meeting. Everyone have those in our meeting packets. A few minutes this morning.
So you need a motion.
Ready? Yep.
I move to approve the minutes from September the 13th, 2023 board meeting as written.
I'll second. Second. Well, that's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion passes. It's approved. Do you have consent agenda items?
Yes, we do. We have 3, the written update on the CE broker, since we've implemented it, kind of how it's going. And a written update on the licensing software that Adrian presented that project. And then just an update on the RFP for the impaired provider. Now, there's been one change since this was done. We did get the contract, our current contract extended until December 31st of 2024. So we will be working on that, but that's the only changes on it.
So the motion, is there a motion to, so please,
There is. Andrew Goldsmith, board member, I move to approve the consent item agenda, which includes written updates on CE broker, written update on licensing software, and RFP for impaired provider.
The motion for a second.
Second, Sharp.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion passes. Okay, so we'll move on to maybe agency. I'm saying there has to be something for that. Agency reports. Okay.
Thank you. Carol Moreland, Executive Administrator. You should have my report under staff reports. All of ours should be located there. That will be giving reports here. As always, I put the upcoming NCSBN meetings on there so that if there's interest or someone, just let me know. Usually, it's like a couple of months before, basically, before they send out information and stuff, but they do give us kind of the holding dates and stuff. You will see that mid-year is March 12th through 14th, and it's in Atlanta this year. The APRN roundtable is virtual, so that makes it a little bit easier. And then the annual meeting is August 28th and through the 30th with the NLC Commission annual meeting on August 27th. That's always in Chicago. So I just want to put those out there for you. I have listed the board member terms. You had asked me to do that at one point, so that stayed on the radar as far as who we have close to going off and whether it's first term, second term, stuff like that. So that's there. Under regulation revisions, the last time you approved KAR 60-2-103 that had to do with the preceptors in the PM programs. And that was implemented October 20th of 2023, so that's in place. The fiscal year 24 and 25 budgets, those were submitted to the Division of Budget on September 15th. And the Division of Budget then looks at it, asks questions if they have any, all of that. And then they either concur with it, which means they, agree with what we submitted, or they may not agree, and then we would have to do an appeal, something like that, before it goes to the governor's office for them to do theirs. Good news is Division of Budget concurred with our requested budget. Really, there wasn't much questions or anything like that. So it went a little bit easier this year. And so right now it's waiting for the governor's budget to come out, and that comes out right after the session starts, when close to the state of the state address and stuff like that. And then after that, just to remind you the process, then it's handed over to the legislature, and we have budget hearing in both the Senate and the House side, where I have to go over in front of a committee and kind of defend the budget, answer questions. Typically what I have found is there's questions asked about a lot more than just the budget. It's kind of like they see you, so they just kind of ask any question that might have to do with the thing. So anyway, that will be coming up. That's usually the end of January, the first part of February when they do those. And then you don't really hear anything until probably April, when they do the omnibus bill, and that's when they tell you what you've been appropriated. So it is a very long process from September to April, basically. There's one thing that you might not be quite as familiar with, and that's the performance-based budget. This has kind of grown as far as their expectations over the last few years. I was going to talk about this a little bit in finance this morning, but we were unable to have that meeting. But in the finance packet, and it's very small to see, I apologize, but I just kind of wanted you to see the overview of how performance-based budget is done. Basically, I take the agency and divide it into like administration, licensing, education, investigative, discipline, and I think IT is the last one. And then we look at, okay, this is what we're asking for in our budget. And of course, the salaries for each are put into each of those, whichever one they fit in. But then the rest of the budget is basically divided among, did I say five or six? It's divided among that because everybody uses IT. So it's not fair just to put that in ITs. Everybody uses the contractual services, the commodities, all of that. So that's how that's done. And then we have to look as far as they break it down, what's the cost per license for us to license? What's the cost per investigation? What is the cost per discipline? And then you can see the trend in there. And again, it's very small. So if you're wanting something bigger than that, I can certainly get that to you. But it's just very interesting because years ago, we didn't have to do all of that. So it seems to become a little bit more involved every year. But you typically don't hear much about it in the budget meetings when you go over there. So I did ask if they thought that since there's more involved, if the legislature would be asking more questions about it. And I believe it's going to be reported out differently this year to the legislators. So there may be more questions about that. So anyway, but I will tell you also the open positions are vacant positions are always put in the budget. And I put all of the benefits in except for insurance. So if we filled it, the only thing then that would not be in there that we would have to absorb is insurance, which is a thing. So anyway, the open positions are budgeted and all of that. So if you have questions or anything about that, I'd be more than glad to go into more detail. It's a little bit more involved, but it's always kind of interesting to look at it. And then I listed all the meetings that I attended. I am on a couple of National Council committees, One being through the NLC, the Training and Education Committee meetings. That's a very interesting one because we look at usually all of the educational materials that's out there about the NLC. Do we need to revise them? Other education that's being planned, all of that. And then I'm on the awards committee through NCSBN. We all know about the awards because we got one last year. But that committee gets very involved when it gets closer to choosing who gets the award and stuff. And of course, I was not involved in the one that we received last year. So, but anyway, that's kind of a fun committee also. So. I attended the Governor's Cybersecurity Summit for Executives. That's always very interesting. It's very interesting. You learn a lot and you come back with, ideas about maybe things that we need to do and stuff like that. I was able to go to Baltimore to the System Automation Users Conference. System Automation is the one that has our licensing software. That's the one we're working with for the upgrade. So it was very interesting because I'm not the most tech person. I always usually make Adrian put stuff into English for me because I don't always understand it, but they did a really good job of explaining stuff. So I think I understand it maybe a little bit better. And then the ARC case training that has to do with the Cora, getting ready to do that. Been involved with NLC commission meeting, non-cabinet agency leadership meeting, we have that. And then the NCSBN Executive Officer Leadership Group. And I did listen in to NCSBN's Symposium on Solutions Addressing Nursing Workforce Crisis on November 9th. That's very interesting, and that recording may be available on their website if anyone wants to listen to it. I thought it was very interesting to listen to. And then projects, kind of overseeing the newsletter and the annual report. And we just had a newsletter come out. And the annual report we're going to talk about here in a little bit. And then I do help review complaints that are received in the agency. We did something this time that we haven't done for a while. And that is the leadership, the agency leadership got together and we looked at the Nurse Licensure Compact has put together a state compliance self-assessment. It's very involved. It's quite a few pages actually, but we are not required to do that. However, they encourage every state to do this on an annual basis. It's just basically looking at everything for the NLC and do we have in place what we should? What's the documentation that proves that we have that in place and stuff like that. So it was very interesting. We have a little bit more work to do on that, but that was good. And then we did something new that we're starting. We're doing webinars for the CNE long-term provider coordinators. What we have found is there's been a big changeover in the program coordinators. So the knowledge level is not there. That probably should be maybe, and they're submitting like 5-year reports to us that have a lot of deficiencies and stuff. And when I go back to them, they're like, well, I had no idea I was supposed to do that and stuff. So it became very obvious that there's a need for more education. So we had the first webinar on November 16th, and that was actually CE Broker came in and talked to them because there's ways that the long-term providers can go through CE Broker and do stuff. So they were not familiar with any of that. So CE Broker did that. And then we have one coming up in January, which I'm going to present, and it's going to be about the 5-year renewal applications and what's involved, why we do them, because there's a lot of confusion between that and the annual reports that they have to submit. So I'm trying to get those two squared away in their mind so that they understand that they're different and everything like that. And then another thing I spent some time working on, we were involved in a legislative post audit in the legislature. It had to do with the accuracy of fiscal notes. And it's not that we were picked out or anything. They chose several agencies. We actually got on the radar because of the fiscal note that was submitted in 2000. 17, I think, with the NLC, now 2018, just right after I moved into this position. About the NLC, and if you were here when that took place, you realize that we estimated we were gonna lose a lot of revenue. So the initial fiscal note, raised some eyebrows over there. However, we went through NCSBN and worked with them because they had worked with all the other states that had come in. And so we did it with as much accuracy. You don't know how many nurses you're gonna lose. You don't. So it's just kind of, you kind of look at the number of nurses that live outside of Kansas, that live in these other states that are in the compact, because they're not gonna renew their nursing license here. And there's no reason for them to. And just different stuff like that. However, the thing to remember is that fiscal note was done when the initial bill came out, before we got the amendments that allowed us to raise the licensure fees, because that changed the picture of that completely. However, they do not let you submit updated fiscal notes, and that came up in this legislative post audit. So we didn't do anything wrong. I mean, we did okay on that. There wasn't anything, pointed at us or anything, because the biggest thing, it would have looked different had another one been redone, but that's just the way the process is over there. Some things that are actually not on here, let me see. One thing that has been kind of exciting for us, if you've been at KSBN and worked in the agency as long as some of us have, nothing up there has changed for quite a period of time. And you all were so good to kind of start this process when you asked that I get new furniture in my office because my desk was falling apart. So that's kind of started this process. And we've been able to take some of the money from the open positions. Now, believe me, we'll fill these open positions when we can find the people and stuff like that. But in the meantime, we've been able to take a little bit of that and do some more remodeling in the agency. You've seen the lobby, which looks very nice. We were able to, what we're trying to do, we have, 70% of our people hybrid. So they only actually are required to come in one day a week. So they don't actually each need offices. So we're looking at our space and using it a little bit different. And the space that Adrian's office was in before, we decided would make a smaller meeting room. And so Adrian now is in the other corner office, and he has very nice setup. And then we also we remodeled the break room. It is very nice, and the staff really like it. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna have lunch up there so that you all can go up there and see all of this. And we want you to see it. I also want to do a very special thank you to Michelle. You guys may not know it, but she is a really good photographer. And so you're going to see some of her pictures up there, and they look so nice. She was telling me she's never actually seen them in pictures before. So it will be a good experience because they're beautiful. They really are. The staff really like that. So I'm excited for you all to see that we're going to have lunch up there so that you'll be able to see it. And then I think that's it for me. If you have any questions.
I have a comment. I'm really glad you were able to utilize that and make the environment better.
Yeah. We can't just automatically take that money and put it in raises or something, because of course raises, you've got to be able to sustain it over time. And if you took that money out of an empty position and put it in raise, and then you filled that position, okay, now you're over your budget for staff. And so we wanted to do something that would maybe get the morale up a little bit better and just make it look nicer. And I will tell you, the whole Landon building is very jealous of our break room. Very jealous of our break room. I think you'll see when you get there. It's really nice, but thank you.
Great, so we'll look forward to having lunch up there. There you go.
Oh, can I say one more thing? I didn't see my notes. I just want to say a very big thank you to Adrian. He has kind of been behind the scenes of this whole remodeling thing, and he has done a great job. So thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing me to have a window after 20 years. Not that they didn't offer it before, but it's nice to have. It's funny, during COVID, the one thing I realized is, wow, I do like light. But we're, to add to some of that, we're also using some of the other areas a little different as well. So we're gonna be shifting, Linda's getting a really nice little spot too. And we added some screens to areas like there so they can have some huddle room type meetings with their teams. And we're hopeful that it'll allow us to be a little more interactive and, everybody's has laptops nowadays. So it's kind of nice to be able to go back and forth and have those kind of meetings, which like Linda's team does a lot of meetings with their computers, which is really nice to see. And then we're going to get some extra security for Jill's area as well, because she has the finances and those sorts of things.
She's gonna get an office. Okay.
Thank you. So we'll move to, the Director of Operations.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. You should have my report, Adrian Guerrero, Director of Operations. It's been another busy quarter, as you heard. Probably some of the highlights that I'll hit on real quickly. I would encourage you to take a look at the state's 3-year IT plan. That's kind of one of my big projects every year. By law, we have to submit a 3-year IT plan of some sort. And I think every year that we do a pretty nice job of lining out some of our strategic objectives, and that's what we essentially model the IT plan after what the agency's strategic plan is, and try to supplement any sort of projects with that plan. So whenever we add anything new to the plate of stuff, if that's not in the 3-year IT plan, sometimes that kind of sticks out as, why didn't you plan this in advance? Some things you can't help, if there was some sort of a hardware failure or some new law or something to that effect that you just can't control. That's certainly understandable. But if you went in and, I don't know, let's say decided we wanted to build some sort of new licensing system and we didn't have it lined out in the 3-year IT plan, things would be questioned. So we always have to plan in advance for that. I would also encourage you to maybe look at our colleague boards and compare us, and you'll see some, I think, some fairly aggressive things that we're doing in comparison to our other colleagues. Not that they aren't doing important work. Maybe it's just that they don't have the resources, but the Board of Nursing has been, I think, forward thinking on a lot of this initiatives that we're doing, and that's what continues to put us ahead and be able to do some of these new projects that everybody's wanting us to do. Another item that's under us right now, we've had to do the continuity of operations plan. You heard us report out on that a little bit, so I won't go into great detail of what it is. But essentially, it's just a tool. So if some sort of disaster occurred, whether or not it's a tornado, power outage, water leak, that sort of thing, whatever, pandemic. We were ordered to do that by the governor. We already had a pretty good plan in place. So Michelle Brown has been doing a lot of work with that this quarter, actually the last 6 months, really. And I'm happy to report that we got 100% on our submission. So we've got one letter to submit, and then we'll be done with that. And then we're going to have I guess a mock disaster either in January or February. We're going to plan that with the state's emergency management folks. So that was really good to get that out of the way. You heard Carol talk about the vacancies. We currently have 3 out there receiving applications. We've got a promising candidate for one of them, so that's kind of nice. We're hopeful, knock on wood. The other projects that we're working on, you heard about Carol say about the ARC case. That's the Kansas Open Records Act system. We're just kind of working out a timeline to actually launch that particular service. It's technically ready for us, but we're just trying to organize some procedures and get it done correctly so that we launch it. We sort of put something ahead of that a little bit, which is our KiteWorks project. KiteWorks is the project that was added to allow us to do secure data transfers and to receive information electronically. Linda found that solution when we were working with the Office of Inspector General, and it did a real nice job of checking off all the security stuff for us. So we have that tool and we rolled it out kind of in her area. We're going to test it And then probably next we'll move it to Janelle's area so that we can do some things there and then eventually have it across the agency for use. But it's so far working out really well. It's checking up a lot of things for us. The information security front, you heard the report, last quarter, it has not slowed down. You probably have maybe heard in the news that the judicial branch had a pretty substantial, situation occur. It's kind of rolling out, like everything. All of a sudden now other agencies are dealing with things, not necessarily attacks or anything of that effect, but just preparedness. So I was telling some folks this morning, this year, I think I've had 89 meetings with our information security officer that are usually anywhere between an hour to a full day worth of work. So we're going through the entire information security process, the policies, and in particular, the one that has taken up a lot of time is our system security plan for the licensing system. I thought it was going to be a couple-month thing. It ended up being about a 9-month thing. So I'm almost done with it. But it's a lot of work, and it's not going to get less. It's going to get more, and we're going to have more scrutiny from the state probably of things that we need to do. So on that front, that is something new that could bubble up to us. And then probably last thing I'll report, it was in consent. You heard about the licensing system upgrade. Just to give a quick update, we are in phase 1. We're in the user acceptance testing. The way that I think of this phase is it's more or less the foundation of that house. We're building up the systems, changing operating systems, getting the code, all of that stuff up to snuff. Staff are doing the user acceptance testing from all the departments, so that's been really helpful to have them involved. And the next big thing is to submit to the state's information technology office for approval to go into phase 2. We already have the financial funding for it, but we just need to get the official approval, which will include a reporting type system, starting out with the investigative platform, which will be a new thing for us. And then some other mobile friendly web front type stuff. So busy time for us. We got a lot of things going on, but definitely keeping us busy. And the staff are doing a great job. So that's all I had.
I'd like to thank you for your forward thinking on our security.
My pleasure.
I think you're probably, I don't know for a fact, but it feels like we're kind of ahead of some of them on the curve for that because of what you brought forward and pushed for so far.
We've been very fortunate to have a resource available to us through the state. Nathaniel Kunz, you got to meet last meeting. He's a great guy. He's done a lot of work with us, and he and I just get along really well, so that's helpful too. And we're always kind of intellectually trying to figure out things. And one thing he is doing, he's making a book, and so I'm hopeful that we'll be able to share that. It's basically different hacks and those kind of things. It's more of a higher level, like things that people have experienced, and he's doing a good job with it. So he's learning a lot too as he's going along, and we've just been very fortunate. I'm glad the governor's office allowed us to have that resource without a cost, and everything that we're doing, we are also sharing with other agencies. So it's not, and them as well. Some of them are taking different policies that we're not on yet, and we're sharing best practices and those sorts of things. So, but it will continue. It's going to be just a continuous thing. And something that the board will just really have to put their resources towards, and mostly in the area of time, but it's still an expense to us. So that's where we're at.
Thank you, Adrian.
Mhm.
Move to the education officer report.
Madam President, members of the board. Education report, I guess I could say site visits and just be done, but we're going to talk about a couple other things too. Just in terms of updates, we did get a letter of intent from Southwestern College, which is kind of down in the southeast, to relaunch a Bachelor of Science in Nursing program at their main campus in Winfield. Their plan is, if approved, to open fall of 25. it won't be an extremely large program, but they had one, I think, up until maybe 8, 10 years ago. Had an RN to BSN for a while and then just kind of had to get out of it for a lot of reasons, but some new things have come forward and then hopefully it means they're seeing more interest from their student population, which tends to be a little more directed. So we are looking forward to see what they have for us. Garden City Community College had a retirement for their director, Patsy Zeller, who used to sit on our board. Interim director was named in August, and she will assume actually the full-time director position in the first of the year, and that's Shelley Emheiser. We did have one that came in after the report was done and in the packet, Fort Scott, their ADN program, their director resigned, and so they do have an interim director ready to go. So for at least now, and they already have the job description out, and hopefully we'll be getting some candidates soon so to get them to keep it going. One of the things a couple of things I put in report this time, I always kind of report on the CGFNS. Those are our international applicants that come in. And I did review 19 this quarter, but we had almost 100 applications this year that required CGFNS reports. So not insignificant. And I just kind of made a note of that our top contenders, or I say where we're getting them from, the Philippines, Kenya, and India are kind of our top 3 right now. So I just thought it was an interesting, we have, I think, 17 different countries represented in that list as well. So just a little information for you. 5 minor curriculum changes that approved this quarter. And then the second page of my report, it was probably way more involved than you needed, but one of the things I do are the faculty qualification reports. And just a reminder, those are done anytime a new faculty is hired, or there can be an update if someone, if they change from one status to another, full-time to part-time, or vice versa, or if they have additional education that they get, an update is supposed to be submitted. But I think more to the point that I wanted to point out was, if you look in the initial and update FQRs in the comment section, 40% of the qualification reports that were done in, it says fourth quarter, but I think overall it's still about 38% were for faculty that did not meet regulation. And the only reason I bring that up is just, there is a really big issue out there for our programs in hiring education faculty. Industry has really, we know there's shortages everywhere, but it just kind of reemphasizes the problems that education is having right now in trying to get qualified faculty. Everybody's pushing to get students in, but the problem is even if we can get those students, will we have somebody to teach them? And we have very enthusiastic, for those that decide to do it, even though they may not have the qualification now. We do have several on degree plans as well, though that number is not quite as high. The issue is still maybe a little less preparation, and what I'm seeing, and there's no science to this, and I don't have any numbers to this yet, but I also know I've seen an increased complaints from students. I would say students complaining about lack of support. Some of them are issues we're going to see universally. It's not fair. And we know policies sometimes are never fair when you're the one who's 0.5% below the passing. But I think it's just something to make note of, and we're trying to keep on top of in terms of responding to students, making sure they're following their processes and talking to their administration, faculty and administration, and then on up if they're not getting the reports that they need. But I think it's something to watch. I want to be supportive of all of our programs as much as we can. I've noticed in the last several meetings that I attend for NCSBN does an education network call. It's really good to be able to talk across the states. This is not unique to us at all, but it's interesting, and a lot of times good information on how other states are trying to deal with this. One of the things that came up that I thought was very interesting was looking at some kind of way to work with the clinical adjunct pool for the state. I don't know if that will ever happen, but there are a couple states doing that. So it helps, it could be something in the future to look for making sure regulations are followed, of course, but it's just something to be thought about in terms of how to support our programs and educating our students. Enough said on that, I think. We did complete 8 site visits this quarter. There were 6 done at the time of the report, and then 2 others that followed. It's starting to be a trend. Carol got to go on a couple of them with me this time, so I'm pulling out all the stops and inviting everybody I can to go out and do those. Petitions, we're kind of where we have been all along. We have 22 active petitioners. The exciting thing this time was that since the report, I had 2 more people complete. And of the 3, 1 still has not tested, but 2 have passed. So that's always good to report when we get them through. We're still seeing probably more expire than finish, but the ones that are finishing, at least in the last couple of quarters, have been more successful. I don't know if it has anything to do with the next gen, which started in April. If they're seeing more sense, the testing makes more sense to them. But we're hoping to kind of see how that looks at the end of the year and what our rates are. At this time, they look like they're going to be significantly better than they were last year, but we still have a little bit to go yet. Kind of just a couple of other things. I did hold an orientation for 2 new education committee members that started this meeting, and we put them to work really well yesterday. So really glad to have them on board. I think I already mentioned the NCSB, and I didn't put the network calls on here. I kind of forget to do that sometimes. That is held monthly. We've had some very interesting conversations. Faculty was one of them. A couple of others have included, we did have an apprenticeship program conversation, which was interesting. And then also about some of the new accreditation standards. ASIN has updated theirs, which is one of the ones that most of our ADN programs use, that National Accrediting Agency, and they've had quite an update. So a lot of programs, and what you'll see in some of our curriculum changes is that there are a lot of people updating their program outcomes and objectives to go along with some of that new, the new standards that they're looking at. So I think I will leave it with that. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
And thank you for your work and the team on the road.
We have time for one more.
I'll make it quick. Okay, so Marianne Bird, licensing supervisor. So for my staff report, of course, I included the licenses so far for the licensee summary report. These dates were from September 14th to November 20th. So this is what has just been done since the last board meeting. I also included renewal statistics, and then also the total number of nurses in Kansas as of November 20th. I was asked to kind of give you guys some information. I didn't realize that Janelle was gonna include some stuff on CGFNS.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Because I was actually looking for that. I didn't know our total number, but I was asked to kind of present, if you guys were not familiar with what CGFNS is. It's the Commission on Graduates of Foreign Nursing Schools. So I kind of thought that the best way to approach this would be to kind of show you guys what they offer, which is what I listed: the academic report. They offer a visa screen certificate, also a certification program, and then a credentials evaluation service professional report. The Kansas requires the professional report to be submitted, so that's what we use, because of the fact that it basically compares their education to, what the US what we would require. It's beneficial because it's gonna assess their competency of foreign educated nurses and make sure that their education meets our standards. They would use this if they are doing an initial application or endorsing, and it basically becomes their transcript. So I thought that that was kind of interesting. In addition to what Janelle said, we have a lot. CGFNS also, they did a report to highlight nurse migration data to the United States. Now, this was information from last year in 2022. So CGFNS received over 17,000 visa screen applications from 116 countries. This was a 44% increase from 2021 and a 109% increase from 2018. So, I mean, it's huge and it's probably only gonna get bigger, right? So, I also thought that this was the top US states where nurse migrants sought licensure: Texas, Illinois, Florida, Montana, and Maryland. And it's so interesting because for endorsing, where they already have a license in another state, we see a ton from Florida, a ton from Texas. So I think we're just gonna continue to see more and more that have to utilize this service, but. So if you guys have any questions about that, just. That's all I have for you guys.
Thank you.
I'm curious how the number of total nurses of 70,876 compares to prior years. Is that about average, about 70,000, or is that up or down?
So I think it's down a little bit. I think when I had first started or took on this position, we were somewhere around 75. So that could probably be due to compact. We knew those numbers were gonna go down a little bit, but they're also rising because more people are moving to Kansas. So I think it's probably down a little bit. I think when I first started, we were somewhere around 75. Does that sound right to you? 75,000 nurses in Kansas?
I'm sorry. It's like 72 something.
Yeah, so it's probably down a little bit, but I mean, we knew with compact and them not having to either get our license or keep our license, our numbers were probably gonna, but we've kind of held steady around there. Oh, it's okay. You're okay.
Maybe Linda can do this after.
Sure. Okay. So we'll hold off on that, last staff report and we'll move to, what's listed as number 2, an unfinished business, for the nursing workforce data.
So you do have, Amy Garcia is here. And starting in your packet on page 41 is the handout. That the position they're gonna be referring to. So,
Wonderful. Last time I brought slides. This time it was me. But the pictures that are really important are in the packet. So, our mission is to ensure that every Kansan has access to a nurse when and where they need one, and to support the nurse as an individual and a member of the team. So we've been very active working toward that. Give you a little bit of update on what we've done since last meeting. We have drafted a strategic plan. That plan is on page 9, 10, and part of 11 in your packet. It's broken up into things we're doing now, next, and in the future. And right now, we are building our infrastructure. It's just key to get it right. In your packet on page 3, there are pictures of our staff. And I want to introduce Barbara MacArthur. She is a co-director with me. She brings a different set of skills, and we believe in co-directors the same way we believe in co-hosting events with other schools, other employers, other associations. So we've got two things to talk about today. One is a request that we have someone on our advisory board. And the other is a request for data. So why don't we start with the request for data? They're both fairly straightforward. On page 11, we talk about our goal of becoming a one-stop shop for information about nursing. So 42 other states, we actually became number 43 on August 3rd. 42 other states have centers that provide a source of data. Most of them do what we are doing, which is integrate data about nursing licenses with other kinds of data. Our goal is to have a great picture of the nurse, a good understanding of the environment in which the nurse works, an understanding, so that's supply of nurses, which is what this board deals with, but an understanding also of the demand for nurses. So this is the jobs that are available, the jobs that are open. And we get that by integrating data from the board with data from the Department of Labor, data from the Department of Commerce, which helps us zero in on the value of nursing, and data related to community level health outcomes. We believe that nurses make a difference, and if we can really get accurate data to tell the story, it will help shift nursing from a cost to be managed to an investment. We take good care of our investments. So I want you to take a look at, and I'm going to do my best to describe it. On page 11, there's a little table that says, imagine what you could do with better data. Okay. So currently, we in nursing, we educators, agencies, the legislature has access to the number of licenses. We know that the number of licenses does not equal the number of nurses working. And it used to be when all the licenses were in Kansas before the compact, you just knew that there were more licenses than nurses working. The compact complicates that question. So we've been exploring ways to do that. Right now, we've got historical reports. The Workforce Center has gone back through the Board of Nursing reports and transferred that data so that we can build trend lines and build maps that make some sense. It's published annually. What we would like to do is publish monthly. We'd like to have changes by month. So right now, the data is shown by county. We think that's a really good way to do it. We've also talked with different associations, the Hospital Association, the Kansas State Nurses Association, about how they think about data. Doing it by county, we will be able to group small groups of counties to have really better decision support. Right now, there's limited trend analysis. Can you imagine if we had better analysis at the start of COVID, more current data? What we are proposing for 2024 is in the middle column. we want interactive, usable, layered dashboards. So we're thinking 4 tabs. One is information that nurses are interested in. The second, same information but tailored to employers. The third, same information but tailored to schools so that there's a good understanding of what's happening around them and across the state. And finally, a page that's really tailored to the media, to our legislature, to those who go looking for how many nurses are there in Kansas? And what does that mean? How many are in my part of the state? Really hard to find out. We have been able to take nurse licensure data, aggregate data, and marry it up with labor data so that we can see on a map where the jobs are and where the nursing licenses are. And it won't surprise anybody in this room that we've got counties that don't have nearly enough nurses for the jobs they've got, and other counties that export nurses. And as we lay out the maps, many of the counties along the state borders are exporting nurses to other states. So we work with a national forum, and we will be able to lay data about nurses' license, nurses' salary, nursing workplaces, and understand how we as Kansas fit into the region. We will have vacancy rates. We are looking at some software that scans the internet, scans the job postings on social media so that we can see week to week where there are openings for jobs. And they work as a heat map. So if there's a set of openings in Garden City, if there's a set of openings in Garden City, you can see the heat map and how that gets hotter. Same thing in any part of the state. The state of Maryland has that right now. We think our Department of Commerce has it. That'll be one of the first things that we bring to the surface. So we want to do projections, near-term and long-term analysis. We'd like to look back to 2009 and be able to look across. Right now, HRSA says we will have a nursing surplus by 2030. The Department of Labor says we've got a shortage in that same time frame. We think we need Kansas data to get a better understanding. In the future state, we want to have information about nurse specialties. Okay, so here's the use case. Right now, there's a lot of question about where and how staffing is for obstetrics or delivering babies. And sometimes that question is simply, do we have enough obstetricians in Western Kansas? We think there's a different level of question that we ought to be asking. How many nurses by education, by certification, are available in that area? So imagine that on a map. You take the same map and you add in the places where babies can be delivered. Then you take the same map and you add in data about outcomes. And the question is, do we see different kinds of outcomes where we see deserts of nurses? I see a lot of heads nodding. That is where we're going. We will start posting data in January. It'll be a little. We won't put up anything that we don't believe meets good scrutiny. Our ask to you today is to provide the Nursing Workforce Center with more granular data. We call it report level data, so that we can understand the demographics of nurses by county, so that we can understand the kinds of questions that are asked in the survey that's attached to the license form. And you can see it on a national basis, but we want to be able to understand that in Kansas.
So if I can just, right there, I appreciate all the
Yes.
information that you've provided us thus far. As we talk about just this data request, I
Mhm.
think I have a question myself, and it's important for the board to understand what data do we currently provide and to whom? And also, what is the scope that we work under? I might turn to Charles for that in terms of what data can we provide at this point? So maybe.
So maybe I can take it first. As you all know, the staff is here to provide information for you so that you can make informed decisions. I don't know how many of you are aware, but we do report data to NCSBN. We have to, as part of the statute with the compact, we have to report data to the coordinating licensing system. And they actually do a survey that has our data in it. I just want you to be aware of that. All of you have this, in case you're not aware of it, in your folder. Because again, I just want you to be aware of what we have. And we've also asked Brandon from NCSBN to come in and just speak a little bit for how our data is handled at NCSBN and how they do this survey and stuff like that. So can we bring Brandon in now?
Colton, can you, Brandon in?
Okay, sure. Mhm. Yeah, so.
Should be over in just a second.
Good morning.
Ready?
Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Fantastic. First of all, thank you to the Kansas Board of Nursing for inviting me today. Amy, I thought that was an excellent presentation. And one of the reasons why I am here today is to give you a little bit of insight and perhaps more nuance into what we try to achieve at NCSBN with our National Nursing Workforce Survey. And I hope in doing so, we can actually be a resource to you and to the Kansas Board of Nursing as it relates to tracking granular level detail for nurses practicing in Kansas. So by way of background, NCSBN has partnered with the National Forum of State Nursing Workforce Centers since 2013 to collect nurse supply data. Since 2015, we have been very comprehensive in that approach, in that we have also included practical nurses in our sampling plan. So since 2015, on a biennial basis, we have collected nursing supply data from all 50 states, the District of Columbia, and select U.S. territories on RNs, APRNs as a representative subsample of the RNs, and PNs as well. Prior to 2013, and I think everyone might be aware of this already, but just for your edification, for the record, HRSA actually conducted its National Survey Sample of Registered Nurses survey, in which they included representative proportions of nurse practitioners in that. They did not include practical nurses in their historic tracking, but that data collection essentially went on hiatus from 2008 to 2018. It has since picked up. So there are effectively really no gaps in nurse supply workforce tracking because of the efforts of the National Forum of State Nursing Workforce Centers and NCSBN. One of the things that I would like to point out, because there were a couple of specific asks in the initial presentation regarding specific practice and demographic data on the practicing nurse, the environment in which he or she may practice, the particular specialties, the proportion of the nursing workforce who might participate in a survey, indicating that they were working in some capacity per diem, part-time, full-time. All of those items are comprised in the minimum data set, which essentially constitutes the core of our survey instrument for the national survey. So when we talk about the basic characteristics, both demographic and practice, I am happy to report that we have that data consistently tracked for RNs, APRNs, and PNs dating back to 2013. And that information is available at a granular level, broken out by particular jurisdictions, including Kansas. So for those who are not familiar, the minimum data set was originally generated in 2009 and updated in 2016. The idea there was that it would impose a certain level of standardization for workforce tracking across all of the participating states. This, I think, has served many ends, but has ultimately achieved its mission in that what you were able to do is to not only understand and compare to national trends, but you were able to look at a very granular level at the nurses who participate in our survey as to how they are practicing, what they look like, and then in particular, what they intend to do in the future. So when we're talking about projecting workforce supply, we do ask a question related to 5 years out, a nurse's intention to potentially leave the profession and or retire from practice. We are also happy to report that we actively partner with the boards of nursing and the individual state nursing workforce centers. So at the completion of this study, every 2 years, we'll analyze the full report, we'll generate a national report, and then we'll publish those findings and make those freely available. That's a critical component of our study. We feel as though these workforce issues have always been of paramount importance, but certainly they are gaining more traction in today's day and age. We make that information at the national level, broken out by RNs and PNs, freely available for anyone to download from the Journal of Nursing Regulation. Further, we take the additional step for any jurisdiction that participates with us, authorizes us to essentially conduct that survey in their boundaries. We provide a raw data extract of the nurses who responded to our survey from their jurisdiction. We give that to both the Board of Nursing representative, and we give that typically to the State Nursing Workforce Center representative. So Amy, as one of the co-directors, we are happy to coordinate with you following today's meeting to ensure that you have that data available for 2022 and that you are on our list to get the data disseminated at the completion of the 2024 survey. So that information will be broken out at the respondent level. So it is a raw data extract. You can go row by row and you can aggregate a report as needed for a static report and or to inform any kind of dashboarding that you are looking to generate. In addition to that, we also work regularly with our state partners, both at the workforce centers and at the boards of nursing, to generate custom reporting as necessary. This is often viewed as a temporary stopgap in the event that resources aren't necessarily at hand to conduct the in-depth data analysis needed based on the information provided. So in that circumstance, we are happy to provide state-level specific summary reporting of all of the items on our survey. And then we are also happy on a case-by-case basis to pursue some custom reporting depending on the goals of the stated research. So I am here today really as the Director of Research at the National Council of State Boards of Nursing to make you aware of the fact that as it pertains to the supply of nurses in Kansas, we have data that we are happy to share. We have shared goals and mission as it relates to tracking these workforce issues at a very granular level. And I am happy to pass along my contact information so that we can coordinate directly to ensure that you have the information you need to start to inform of the main topics that you are looking to track.
Thank you very much, Brandon, for sharing that information. So, we're aware of what is currently provided and available, hopefully to, provide for this dashboard. And then, does anybody have questions specifically?
Chair,
Brandon?
yes, I have a three-part question, so sorry. Do we have any existing data use agreements between K-Bond and any other entity at this time?
Outside of workforce?
Just do we have any data use agreements that this board is currently providing our data to other entities? Have we done this
Yes.
before, other than our national?
Yes, we have data use agreements with the Black Board of Pharmacy for some information that we submit to them. We have data use agreements with the Department of Health and Environment. Data use agreements with some of our software vendors as far as non-disclosure, those sorts of things.
Great, so we already have templates and
Yeah, we
things in
actually-
place on data sharing. And then I'm confused with the data use agreement that be between K-Bond and the Nursing Workforce Center and NCSBN, or do we already have that one in play? I'm curious, like, who owns the data at the end of the day, and if something goes wrong with that process. So are we talking about a data use agreement with the Nursing Workforce Center, or are we authorizing, based on the motion, I was a little confused on the motion, NCSBN sharing data we've provided them back to the Workforce Center? Does that make sense?
Depending on which route the board, or any route the board just goes. We have data use agreements with NCSBN as part of the membership agreement, and then, I can't speak, I'm not a board member anymore, but they do have data use agreements for different things, and maybe Brendan can chime in as far as how NCSBN manages that particular portion.
Absolutely, I'm happy to. And I think it's important to clarify, with a short amount of time to deliver some of the information that I had this morning, I didn't go into too much detail about how we utilize information from the Kansas Board of Nursing to facilitate the survey and what the nature of the data that we collect, but I'm happy to elaborate a little bit. So what we ask the Board of Nursing to do at the front end in every data collection cycle is we ask them to authorize us to share that nurse contact information for a random sample of the RNs and PNs practicing within Kansas with our direct mail vendor. So that individual uses Pearson VUE as their main purveyor of the direct mail outreach. So this is very much a paper, a postman or woman delivers that to their door. They fill it out via paper and they send it in. We categorize their responses and aggregate it with our overall sample. After that point, all of the data that we collect is unique to the survey study itself. So we do not otherwise leverage Kansas data directly through the process of data collection. So we use it as a means to conduct outreach, formal outreach with would-be respondents within Kansas and every other state. But after that point, all of the data basically constitute anonymous baseline practice and demographic profile information. In addition to that, I did note that the minimum data set constitutes the core. It's about 25 to 26 items of about a 40-item survey. We do layer on top of those questions custom items related to topics of interest that we think are worthwhile to track longitudinally. So that would be things like the telehealth usage, multi-state licensure usage, nurse licensure compact, etc. So we have all of that information collected, but then the raw data extracts that we then share back with the board and that we share with our state workforce partners would effectively be row-level data for the respondents to our survey. That information is completely anonymous. There are no identifying characteristics directly tracked within that sample, and it only, if you think about kind of rows and columns, the columns are uniquely the questions associated with our survey. So the risk associated with sharing that information is actually very low. And what we would do is we coordinate very closely with our state partners at the state workforce centers as to where we might view there to be a risk. So I'll give you a specific example. One of the items on the survey is the zip code for the employer, the current primary employer. That information, as you might suspect, for states that have kind of large kind of rural areas within their jurisdiction can get a little bit tricky because this is sampled research. Imagine a small rural community that might only have one healthcare center or hospital, and they only employ a handful of nurses, depending on the representation for that facility within the sample and the other demographic criteria that are asked of would-be respondents. You could theoretically surmise the identity of a nurse respondent through that kind of granular level data analysis. Assuming appropriate safeguards are in place, that risk is very low. And that is really the cornerstone variable that we think where that presents itself a little bit. Beyond that, though, we ask broad-based questions regarding age, not date of birth. We don't ask any address or geographic information, spatial information, etc. So the data that we share on the back end is usually pretty freely disseminated within kind of the trusted network of the State Nursing Workforce Center and the Board of Nursing because of the safeguards that are put into place based on the study design. And that is that the data are completely anonymous and that the data are only to be reported in aggregate summary fashion per the parameters of the original agreement with the Institution or Review Board who authorizes our initial study outreach.
And I am on the committee for the minimum data sets. So we are looking at adding additional questions that are of importance to rural areas and are critical access. But we will absolutely be working with the national forum. We actually have a meeting in January to work on these issues. What I'm asking in Kansas goes a little beyond that. So we would like to be able to understand trends in real time, not retrospectively, okay? So we've talked some with Adrienne and Carol in the last, I don't know, 8 months. Yeah, but a lot. So we want long-term data, trends since 2009, but we would also like to do shorter term work. And that is the place where the Kansas Board of Nursing would share directly with us. We would treat it the same way we treat medical data. And we would report it with those same levels of safety for aggregate. So if you've got a small number of nurses in an area, we may need to report 6 or 7 counties, but we're looking to make sure we've got actionable data for that part of the state.
So I think I'm gonna come to you, Charles, just in terms of kind of scope of the data we can share.
Currently, the kind of data we can share is equivalent to what's available in a CORA request. The data we share with the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, that was authorized by statute. So that's where they got the approval to do that from.
To be clear, we do not want names, addresses. We do want home zip code, so that we can look at home zip code as opposed to employer zip code, which gives us a really much better picture of how far nurses are traveling to work. They're working out of state.
Under the current processes for our open records requests, we have an active process by which individuals can request this type of information according to KSA 45230, whatever that means. And what we are able to provide today for anyone that asks and pays $50 is first name, last name, city, state, zip, county, license type, license number, expiration date, and original issue. And Linda could probably attest to how many of those we do every month, but we pull that list weekly and provide it for essentially anybody who could fit the parameters of that with the records request.
Who requests it?
So in this scenario, the workforce center would have to submit a formal or a Cora request every month.
We don't want that information. That is the personal identifying information. What we want is what goes to the National Council. What we wanted sooner than the 2-year reporting time. We want it closer to live than a retrospective report.
Who currently in the staffing reports that to into the national council?
The computer system.
It just automatically does it.
And the
It's not-
problem is I see a couple little areas of potential issue. One is that we're pushing more individuals towards nurses e-notified to gather that information. So we're seeing less collection on the state level, more at the national level, because we're using those methods to reach people via the push notification systems, as is NCSBN. So at times, we only see point in time. So even if we did a monthly information request, you may only be seeing a portion of what is actually being submitted to the nurse workforce. And also, we do renewals on the birth month, odd or even year. So at any point in time, we're only gathering new information for about 2,500 people every month. And so unless there was a law change that required every nurse to tell us where they work, we meant that they change working environments, which I would caution you to do, so raise staff probably would do. You know, it's one of those things that it's volunteer at this point. So it's really only points in time. So I don't know whether or not, I'm not a data analyst, I'm not a researcher, but I don't know that would gather a lot of maybe.
And you may have a better suggestion for how we get to more real-time data. We see ourselves as your partner.
Adrian, if it's possible, just to interject, because, you know, I know the kind of flip side of the coin that was discussed earlier too is the demand data. And I think we run into, in our experience, just kind of sharing you know, the labor of love that is workforce tracking over the past decade. There are very few resources, if any, from the supply side or the demand side. When you think of demand, oftentimes you're leveraging labor statistics, which are based on the census data, the ACS data, etc. There are very few data sources which will provide a live data feed. I think what Adrian is discussing is really what we have seen, really namely in other jurisdictions, I would argue, that comes the closest to approximating live data, which is registration through eNotify. But I am able to share today that even that process is certainly not real time. I think individuals may view it as real-time data, but it is often the case that nurses will register and then may not be actively providing new information and or even verifying that information on more regular basis than even a 6-month period. So there are assumptions, I think, as an individual who has a shared research background, there are just assumptions, I think, assumed in every sample. I do agree with you. One of the initial things that we wanted to improve upon when we really took a baton from the NSSRN going on hiatus in 2008 was that we felt as though 4-year check-ins was not sufficient. We tried to cut that in half and do 2-year check-ins with the workforce. We think that paid significant dividends as it relates to the experience of nurses through COVID-19, that we were able to capture data in much more real time during that process. But one of the things that I would just caution against is, I think, thinking of the good as the enemy of the great. I do think that even if it is a live data feed, my suspicion would be even the best resource would give you only a proportion of information that had been updated on somewhere close to that time frame, like a monthly time frame. And as long as that was understood and the methods were transparent in terms of how to interpret the dashboard, I think that that is a useful endeavor, but I don't think that we certainly are not aware of really almost in any state of something that would constitute a live data feed, essentially something that we could verifiably and accurately describe as an up-to-date understanding for all nurses practicing within borders of a particular state on a monthly basis. Some of that information will be staggered. I think almost inevitably, regardless of the data source. And the other thing that I would mention as it relates to just the residential versus the primary employment zip code, as it relates to the supply data tracking that we do, because it is anonymous, that data is not linkable. So if you were looking to essentially understand the difference between the kind of the spatial difference between where a nurse resides and where a nurse works, that is not linkable to the supply data that we collect, nor most of the state nursing workforce centers. So I do think you can get that information. You can surmise some of that information on the demand side from the American Community Survey, the census, et cetera, HRSA. But I think that there are going to be limitations really to any data source as it relates to live feed. I think it's a laudable goal. We just have not seen really even close to a viable example of that in the past 10 years.
I
Linda.
just want to speak to about real-time data and the request for a monthly. We see licensees don't even update their address and contact information as they are required by statute within 30 days of their moving. Because unless they come under investigation and then we have to track them down somewhere and their license, their address that's in our system is not up to date. Or they, at renewal time, they may at that point update their address at that time, but that's every 2 years. So the monthly request is probably not real-time data that I would gather. And it's kind of what Brandon was saying, they're not seeing it across the states. So I don't know that you would see that.
So currently, it's been offered to for NCSBN to share the workforce data that is currently collected. And if we make a motion to do so, then they can proceed to share that with the workforce center. So
Yeah, I mean, they're very willing to, as Brandon said, to share that with the nursing workforce. So it's data we've already given versus us doing some duplication or stuff like that. I think that's just what you need to be aware of, is we're already doing that to NCSBN.
So currently, would there be a motion from this board to approve that NCSBN work with the Kansas Nursing Workforce Center and share the workforce data that's collected for the state of Kansas?
And we have that motion in front of us.
Yeah.
Andrew Goldsmith, board member, I move that the Kansas State Board of Nursing doesn't object to the Kansas Nursing Workforce Center working with NCSBN to share nursing workforce data, provide they adhere to the statutory and contractual constraints.
Gloria, 1 second.
Any discussion?
I do have a question. So I think what would help me, because I absolutely am in agreement with this. Can you drill down into the benefit? We've had a lengthy discussion about the risk, but there is a benefit to the reason why you want to do this. I think you had mentioned nursing, looking at nursing as an investment versus an expense. Can you drill down into that for us a little bit?
So I think there is a value to what nurses do one-to-one with our patients or communities. I've told my husband I'll retire when we figure out how to measure that value. One way we can get there is if we've got a model that integrates licensure data with labor, commerce, and health data. So I believe in big data sets, and we will work with other states to do this. I believe that in big data sets, we ought to be able to see different outcomes where there's a lack of nurses. For example, I used to lead the National Association of School Nurses. And we believe that where there was a school nurse, there would probably be fewer admissions for food allergies. And the researchers have been able to show that. That is one tiny example. I think if we can get to better levels of data. I am on the minimum data set group, and we are looking at adding questions. He's exactly right about that. But we're Tennessee, Connecticut, New Jersey, Hawaii, and Florida. We're all working together on better demographic questions, better understanding of intent to stay or leave. And those questions then become voluntary for a state to add to their license renewal. If you look on page 12, right down here at the bottom on the conceptual model of data sharing, we will first always go to the state level data. We're not particularly interested in doing much in the way of surveying. We think there will be research projects that do surveying. We have built the capacity to assimilate that data. But we think education has data, agencies have data, employers have data. And by building around this minimum data set, we ought to be able to ask different kinds of questions of our data, supply and demand and value.
I might be able to help with that answer. And thank you for allowing me to share a little different vantage point. So I'm a co-director with Amy, a long tied with Kansas in practice and so forth. But I was a CNO in Florida for 12 years from the beginning of the formation of the Florida Center for Nursing. So same questions, same concerns about security and use and application and so forth. So what I'd like to do is comment to you from being an active nurse in the state, an active employer in the state, and a joint faculty member on the University School of Nursing in the state that had a Center for Nursing. And this was almost 20 years ago. The structures of the state nursing at the state centers for workforce are a little different, but the goals are the same: to bring the best care to patients in an environment with skilled, competent, safe nursing. And so let me just comment, not from where I'm sitting this moment, but as a stakeholder in the decision making in the state that set up the state board, the State Center for Nursing, in alliance with the State Board of Nursing and the collaborating, same types of collaboration. So Amy talked about Imagine, and I'm going to tell you about what I really had in my hand as a decision maker and as a nurse. First of all, the information for the nurses, the report that comes out on a specific date in the state of Florida. There were two reports, one on practice and one on education. And we as stakeholders and decision makers and employers and guardians of safe care waited for those reports. And in those reports, and recognizing that some were dated, but they were never as far behind as any number of the other sources of data that we were trying to collate in our heads
with the information around us. So we were able to use it. Nurses had an opportunity to know where nurses were employed, where they were working, where their longevity was, and it actually became helpful to nurses that were considering practice in the state or in locations of the state. As an employer, I had the opportunity to see longevity plans, waxing and waning, retention and recruitment and leaving. So it gave me a sense, both locally, we were in North Florida, and so I always tell people the only palm trees were at the bank. We were in North Florida, and covered 22 rural and lower socioeconomic and a highly diverse population. So it gave me the opportunity as an employer to see supply and demand data to help me plan workforce and the availability for care for patients. The schools of nursing learned to collaborate in ways, and not just the university schools of nursing, but the private schools of nursing. And certainly someone brought up today, a foreign graduate issue was huge, and that provided information for employers and for schools about the foreign graduates. And the public over time learned to watch for those reports. Now, they weren't looking at the granular data the same way I was as an employer, but the public had a sense of knowing about nursing in Florida. So that's a real example. Did we have the same discussion at the State Board of Nursing in Florida that we're having today? Absolutely. The infrastructure has changed over the 20 years in terms of the way it's located, some of the reporting and so forth, but the legislature, there was a date that those reports were due to the legislature, and we went to work with those reports. So now I'll come back to Kansas, and thank you for allowing me to share my story with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
So I think what I heard you say, both of you say is, first of all, where nurses are, there are better outcomes for patient outcomes, which we, as nurses, know that. And then the other thing I think I heard you say is that an employer can use these reports to plan for future staffing, potential moving around of employees, and budgeting, as a matter of fact. I mean,
And we know the decision-making depends on good information. And it became a much more efficient way, quite honestly, to have the layered access to information, the different pieces in the puzzle.
that's perfect. Yeah, I just kind of wanted everyone, I feel like there was a lot of discussion on the risk, and I think there is a risk. I mean, while it's minute, but but the benefits just far outweigh the risk, as I think the board agreed when they.
I want to be really clear. I'm less concerned about, I think there is some risk, but I'm concerned just about the logistics of the flow. I've seen tremendous outcomes from KDHE, for instance, having this kind of relationship with Kansas Health Institute and KU, where they can actually do more with the data that exists, and more resources are able to attract the kinds of folks that do that every day. And it's a great benefit to the public in my capacity and others, where we're looking to make that data useful in other ways. So I really support this partnership as long as it's something that we can in fact do.
I think it's overall going to benefit everybody on the board, including the nurses. I think that's going to truly encourage a lot of nurses who might have considered getting out of the field because of the stressors, to giving them more information. I think it's beneficial. Do you need me to read the
So I'm
motion?
gonna bring this back around to our motion. Yeah, thank you.
You want me to read it again,
Or
or just?
No.
I
and
think
if we vote?
we've had a motion and we've had a second.
Okay.
Discussion. So we'll go ahead and take it to the vote. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion passes. So I appreciate all of the information that's been provided, lots of good discussion. We know that workforce is certainly an important topic for everyone involved. You know, I'm sure it's something we will continue to look at in the future. And I think just in the interest of some people needing to take a little break at the moment, we're gonna break for 10 minutes and we'll return at 11. Is that right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan.
Everyone.
Thank you very much. And I'll coordinate to pass along my contact information to set up a future meeting.
Have a happy holidays.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, I see the thumbs up. So we will return to staff reports. And we'll go to you, Linda.
Thank you, Madam Vice President and members of the board. In your packet, under staff reports, you'll find the practice specialist report. I've streamlined some of the tables to provide the additional data that has been previously requested. And so I will attempt to explain the case status table first. So two things are occurring. I am reviewing from 2015 to present, the older cases that are still considered open in our logs, our Excel logs, and looking to see if they are one or truly open or have never been closed and inactivated, because sometimes things were not closed out. So I've eliminated some of those cases that way. And then the investigators are working the most recent to past. And so the hope is to, to kind of like decrease that and then to eventually truly identify what is caseload per investigator. So, sorry, the complaints for the total cases per year are remaining fairly consistent, and the complaints for 2023, we're seeing more than we've seen in the past. We used to average around 8 to 9 complaints per week, and we're now averaging around 12 to 13. And then the applications for legal review, I think Ray reported on the licensing applications that are coming in. We do the ones who have legal review, we have to then review those before they can be approved for licensing. And in this, I have found yet another Excel spreadsheet that I need to attempt to learn if we're documenting that data on the one that I currently look at, or if I need to incorporate that one too. So we may actually have more applications in our list than I'm familiar with. So cleaning up a lot of things still, but total caseload, total cases that are signed currently is 1,181, and we have 3 full-time investigators, 2 part-time, 2 vacancies, one of which the position is posted, and 2 special investigators, and they pretty much work on the application cases. For the complaint statistics for the first quarter, I did break this down even further from just sworn and unsworn complaints, which is still running around 18-20% are sworn. 189 complaints for just these 3 months. And then the violations, these are what are assigned during professional review. So within the first 2 weeks of the complaint coming in the door. What I find of significance here is that the fail to follow policies and procedures at the facility, that's running at like 40%. I find that troubling, that licensees on the floor are not familiar with their policies and procedures, perhaps at their facilities, or not following them for some reason. And then I broke down the drug diversions versus the actual relapses to KNAP, and if they had impairment at work, those type of things. So we would have said 40, but now I'm saying there's 22 for the drug diversion, a new one. We've had a forgery of signatures on prescription pads and things too. It's been fun and investigative. You miss out if you're not on that anymore. So, okay. And then, of course, we have abuse at 11 complaints that came in. So
I have a quick question about when you said forgery on
signatures.
prescription pads and signatures. I was under the impression that everything is supposed to be electronic. Is that
most are, but like narcotics,
Narcotics,
they still
okay.
have to print those, and yeah. It
Oh,
just-
even
the narcotics, I think those are still printed. I think. You have to,
okay,
can you send those electronically?
yes,
Yes.
and
Okay.
we have, and I thought that was as of,
There was one that was, yeah.
that was of January 2023, like it had to be sent electronically now.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
And
this-
they got rid of all of our prescription pads, so that's why I'm asking the question. I find
Well, and I
Somebody
actually
has
have,
them hidden in a door somewhere.
I actually had 2 pharmacists call, and report, potential. So that's why we're looking at those cases. So I don't know if they're catching it at their end, if it's come in through the electronic system to them. I do know that we have had a case where it was that they had actually used the prescription pad. So, and that might have been in 2022 before they
Okay,
switched over,
okay.
could be.
And the other question would be whether if anybody's having issues like we've had recently with any IT or security, whether they allowed, for some reason, allowed written prescriptions because of an issue. So just a thought.
So the VA did away with all the prescription pads, but if I wanted to get my medicine outside of the VA for that, they have to be printed up on the computer. And then the provider signs it. But that's. But to get it, where it was documented on the computer, and then it would be a little bit harder than pick up a pad.
Yeah, it wasn't at the VA, that wasn't the facility.
Right, no. I'm just saying that they did away with the pads. And with
Maybe
the
not knowing.
prescriptions.
Maybe somebody's trying to use a pad, because I even know for narcotics, you have to have it personally on your phone anymore.
It's a case that doesn't make any sense.
Dual,
I would
yeah.
just- Yeah.
It's just, okay.
So anyway, so back to the failing policies and procedures piece too. It kind of gives me pause because when I visited recently with a School of Nursing students who will graduate next May, I asked the question of them, how many understand where the Nurse Practice Act is at and how many have read the Nurse Practice Act, and I had very few hands raised. So I do know that there is one self-study module that offers the Nurse Practice Act and that is often used in the assignment of disciplinary action. And that the facility that does this is moving to a more electronic means to be able to have that available. And I get a discussion with them tomorrow, actually about it. So I'll report on that tomorrow in March board meeting, but I'll let the investigative committee members know about it so they know for disciplinary measures. Let's see, what else did I have? So the KNAPP statistical summary data for the first quarter of fiscal year 24 show that 122 were totally enrolled as of June 30th of 2023. Your question if that was the total number that were enrolled for all of the time period, but that's what as of June 30th. Their program director, Dwayne Elberding, did come and present on Monday to the investigative committee. And then the national statistics, are indicating an upwards to about 15% of the population have a substance use disorder, and that the healthcare workforce does mirror that, especially nursing. So prior to the pandemic, when I was working on my master's initially, it was reported about 8% of the population or 8% of nurses had a substance use disorder of some degree. And we're currently seeing that's almost doubled. And we know that nurse suicide rate has increased. We know that the mental health of licensees is important to address, as we noted at the Discipline Case Management Conference last May, when they talked about reimagining discipline and incorporating a mental health diagnoses and looking at that to see. So I think based on these stats and our own data, are we getting the reports of impairment, of substance use, misuse? And I question, that. So perhaps there's some educational opportunities that we could look at. Because if you're going to collect some data, then what are you going to do with the data? I'd like to know kind of like where we're going with it. So the processing standards for the first quarter, within the first 2 weeks of the complaint being received were over the 90% metric at 96.3%. And the percentage of investigations completed within 9 months of opening, we're at 60.7%. Our metric is at 60. This is the first time I have seen that we've been over the 60%. These are cases that were opened most recently so that we could have them ready for board presentation within the 9 months. And we're at 60%, which was nice. I don't know that we'll be able to maintain that, but we're shooting for that number. Nurses are still unfortunately not renewing timely and then working unlicensed. 24 of those, and we still also had one that was worked up as an imposter case. On the open records, still averaging around 7 days to process these. I did have 30 requests for fiscal year for the first quarter of fiscal year 24, and 29 of those were completed and only one is canceled. So you heard about mentioning of the ARC case, and that will mostly affect me. And it's hoped to start soon and get that going to help track their records requests and maybe remove some of the dependence on another Excel spreadsheet. So KiteWorks also will be used to hopefully send records securely, versus right now we mail them, or we have to download them on like a digital media or whatever, and that takes time and other staffing to help. So that's hopefully that will also work well. I did pull some data since you were mentioning about the mailing list, how many we have had. For the total of fiscal year 23, which was July 1st of last year to June 30th of this year, we had 140 of just the mailing list request. For calendar year 2023, so from January 1st to present, I've had 124. Just for quarter requests alone for records, in calendar year 2023, I've had 151. And those are all things that I do in my spare time. So supervisory, we've got vacancies for senior administrative assistant, and we have two vacancies for nurse investigator, but we've listed one position for right now as full-time. I have to look at caseload, I have to look at training, I have to look at staff time to be able to onboard a new person. So I will eventually fill both, but right now I'm looking at just getting one in the door. So practice calls, those were presented to practice committee yesterday, and we did send some of the topics to KPN and to, did I say that right, KPN?
Yes.
Okay. And to KU AHAC to do some educational programming for us there. We still average around 80 per month. The investigative committee, along with the investigative staff, did like an after action because we met for the first time in October. As our virtual every 6-week meeting to review cases. And so worked on a few things, mostly logistical, but we do have to follow Open Meetings Act. So we do have to have an agenda posted timely, and we do have to have certain things done. So it affects staff, it affects IT, because every 6 weeks we meet is virtual. And so it also affects then the investigative staff to be able to finalize their cases to present. And then we wanted to know like set dates going forward for 2024 so that we can put them on the calendar. And they did agree about January 22nd, 2024, we start at 8:30. And hopefully they'll just be the morning only. We did review 18 cases, I think it was in October. So that helped detract from the 61 that we had on Monday. So we would have ended up having almost 80 otherwise. So meetings attended, you'll see them there. I did, like I said, present to the Emporia State University graduating seniors. I was encouraged because I asked them why they chose nursing as a career, and none of them said that they were going to have a means to be able to have a supply of narcotics to divert. So I was happy that I would see them on the investigative side, and they all had very caring reasons for wanting to go into the nursing profession. So I hope that we can help facilitate that piece. About half the class are wanting to apply for a multi-state license, but I'm not quite sure they truly understand it, because they said that I'm going to apply for a multi-state license in Kansas and then move to Texas or move to wherever. And I'm like, okay, we'll talk after. So I talked to several of them afterwards about what that actually meant, and then sent their instructors some new information that as of January 1st, they will have 60 days after they move and relocate to then make application for a multi-state in their next state of residence. So there's some room for improvement and some room for education, I feel. So just still covering for our senior administrative assistant position as well. So I'm doing that job and my job, so I'm tired. I'm thankful that the board hasn't identified anything further for me to handle, so thank you very much. I'll stay for questions.
Madam Chair, I just wondered, could I comment on the KNAP presentation? It was enlightening, and I am very happy that there seems to be good rapport now between the new executive director and our staff. I would say I was alarmed to some degree by some pretty significant lapses in management prior to the new director, and make perhaps some board oversight of their outcomes for the way they're monitoring the performance of the executive director. It sounds like they're putting things in place, but I think it behooves this board, because of the volume of referrals that we make out of investigative to KNAP, that we really closely monitor the performance of that contract, and that it not be so dependent upon a single leader, and that it's more about the organization's performance overall. So I would just like that added to the record.
Do they currently provide certain reporting or?
We get statistics from them, but not probably to the extent that Brenda's talking about, but we will, as far as putting it out there for an RFP for impaired provider program, part of what we do is put what we want, our requirements, and then put them out there, and then the RFP and stuff. So that's very good. You know, we were going to start having discussion about that probably in the next month or two. So I think that's really good information. So,
Yeah, I think timely response to referrals, and then kind of closing the loop. How do we know if people been referred there? Are their calls being answered? Are they being assessed in an appropriate amount of time? I think there was a lot of room for some of that not to, I don't have any doubt that once they were assigned at the programmatic level, people seem to be getting good resources there, but a lot was bottlenecking at the single manager level that I just couldn't quite comprehend how that could happen.
And you did bring that to their attention. She did underline that for them, that was an expectation that needed to be looked at because continuity.
So they don't currently provide like a point of referral, like a timeline, that general metrics for.
They currently do not, but I've noted it to kind of start working with their staff to see if they can, to kind of see like the time frame that once we refer, what is the timeline to get the licensee enrolled, as far as I know, they get their evaluation done and they have to sign all the paperwork, but usually I get noticed of when they've enrolled, but I don't know. I haven't closed that gap as far as like when we've referred and when, because sometimes it's disciplinary counsel that's referring from a consent agreement or a summary order. And so I never get that information. I'd have to go in and look and pull that, but I can certainly do that. But yeah.
President, what we also might ask, because I believe they shared that they're looking at some of their processes. I know Dwayne did, and there'll be some changes. I would think he would be more than happy to report back on those each time and kind of the progress, if that would be helpful to the investigative committee.
I think maybe in writing, but just to say, here are the changes that have been implemented, that might be.
Okay.
May I ask a question, Madam President? Would it be the board's wish to do some sort of a vendor performance assessment annually? You know, I'm thinking that we're going to be going into RFP. We do have some of those tools available to us as far as information security is concerned that we're being required to add into contracts and others. Like right to audit, those sorts of things that potentially could cover some of the gaps. If we did identify issues, you can bring it forth during those assessments, obviously, so that it's documented.
I think that's a great idea.
something.
That would be helpful. I mean,
We
we
need a
work with
motion
so
on that or
many
anything?
licensees there. It's kind of like they're a right arm in some ways. So I think they need.
It may also provide you leverage later. You know, if something that's we used to do something similar when I, many years ago, worked for, SRS was then DCF, and we would, home community-based services, we would do something similar with the vendors that did that for the states. Potentially, we could do that, and actually are.
I think if you direct us, we can do that. You were asking about a motion.
Yeah, did we need a motion, and if not,
I don't think so. I think you can just direct us that you would like that. Putting it to. I'm hearing, yeah, everybody wants that.
yes, we get that.
Okay.
And I'd just like to add, I think at the last meeting, we discussed their outcomes, and I think that assessment could include outcome.
Yes.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate your update. And I think just to come back around to all the staff reports, we appreciate all the work that all of you do. I'm always impressed by the level of work that this Board of Nursing staff does, and we appreciate you tremendously. So, thank you. for those
And there
reports.
was one thing you had said, given our additional meetings, we were going to try it and get back with the board if it was how effective it was, how efficient it was on all ends, on the staff side as well as.
From the virtual, addition of the virtual.
Right, the addition of the virtual.
I
you
think that
mentioned.
we're still doing an after action after the January one, and we reported March. We're kind of under an evaluation year. So just to kind of, iron out all the kinks to kind of making sure this works efficiently, so. And then, does it lead us, I think the initial thought was that we could meet monthly. I'm not sure that we can with all of the logistical things, but I think 6 weeks is probably as close as we're gonna get. Because, we ended this one, and so staff are gonna have cases ready to go for January by January 8th in order to get them processed and ready for you to review before you come, because you get 2 weeks prior. So it takes me a little bit of time to process
So
those
that was
cases.
part we were going to look at also to get.
Yeah.
Close the loop on the,
Yeah,
how's it going?
but we'll continue to kind of discuss it at investigative committee, and I'll still report, so. I think it went well. It's gone well.
So we will move on to committee reports. And we'll start with the education committee, and I believe Ruth is going to report out on the education committee.
Hi, yes, I'm reporting for the Education Committee. Jillian is not able to be with us. I apologize for my voice. I've been very ill with COVID. Thank God I can be here on Zoom. We had I would say a very busy meeting on December 12th, a full agenda, a lot was accomplished. We have 18 motions that were passed. I'm going to read through them briefly. And Janelle is saying no, okay.
One at a time, correct?
Yeah.
One at a time, correct. Yeah, one at a
Okay.
time. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, just making sure.
Yes, I do understand that. Thank you. I have kind of COVID brain, but I do understand that.
Okay.
It's true, I do. Okay. Motion number one, it was a move to approve the December 12th, 2023 Education Committee agenda as amended. Motion number two, it was approved, it was moved. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, so with each motion, when you make the motion, then I'll ask for a second, and we'll have to approve each individually.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. I do apologize. We'll go
No.
back to number one then. Okay, so that was moved to approve the December 12th, yes?
Excuse me, you do not need to read the motions on the agenda or the minutes, just any of the actions.
I'm sorry, yeah, that
Okay.
was, Stacy's still doing new things too, and so.
You understand, Ruth?
I do. So do you want me to start with the minutes that were approved then, and that's motion 2, or what do we
You
need?
don't need that one either, just
Consent
start
agenda.
after that, probably.
Okay, so then move on to the major curriculum change request, which was number 3.
And then the consent item agenda too, that she won't even.
Number 3, start with number 3.
I'll start with number 3, right? Unless you tell me not to, I'm here at your
Yes.
behest. Okay. All right. Motion, sorry. I must have my pages out of order. Motion number 3, oh no, that is the consent agenda. What happened? I told you I had COVID brain. All right. Motion number 3 was, it was moved to approve the consent item agenda, which includes draft regulation review KAR 60-1-102, KAR 60-1-103, and KAR 60-1-104. Number B, 2024 site visit schedule, and then C, the petition summary 8/12/23 through 11/10/23. Okay.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Andrew goes with board member, a second.
Discussion. Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? No. Motion passes. Next motion, Ruth.
Yes, and apparently my pages were out of order, so I'm looking. Sorry, I had a rough night. I almost ended up in the ER.
Can you help her which one's next?
Yes.
Could you help me, because I think I'm missing a page? Thank you.
Okay.
It's after, oh
Yeah.
wait, I do have number 4. I do have number 4. I do.
Can I read them for her?
No, you
Yes.
can't read it.
Would you
Right.
please? Thank
No,
you.
Just tell her what
Do you want
want.
one of us? to-
Baker University, major curriculum changes next.
Yeah.
Do you have that one?
She said number 4.
Yeah, I have it, but I'll leave it up to you if you want me to proceed or not.
Yes, that's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah, so far I'm sitting up straight, so I think I'll be okay for a little while. All right. Motion number 4, it was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Baker University for an accelerated BSN track with online didactic courses and an in-person clinical experiences. Plan is for students to complete the program in 14.5 months.
Michelle Terry, second. Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? No. Motion passes.
Okay, I'll move on to number 5, motion 5. It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from WSU Tech to increase ADN 110 transition course, 110 transition course from 3 credit hours to 4 credit hours beginning summer of 2024.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second, Sharp. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion passes.
Okay, motion 6. Oh, can I move on? It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Pittsburgh State University to adopt new program outcomes for the BSN program to align with AACN's new essentials.
Andrew Goldsmith, board member, a second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? No. Abstaining. Motion passes. Next.
Okay. Motion 7, it was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Washburn University to change all the BSN end of program outcomes.
There a second?
Second, Sharp.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion passes.
Okay. Next, 8, motion 8, it was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from the University of St. Mary to change the delivery method of NU AT 541 Leadership and Management of Care of Nursing, Care in Nursing, and NU AT 585 Senior Capstone in Nursing to hybrid methodology.
Rebecca Sander, I second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion passes.
Right. Motion 9, it was moved to approve major curriculum change request from Dodge City Community College PN opt-out program to 1, add health assessment course and reorganize remaining first level courses, decrease credit hours for fundamentals and add IV therapy curriculum to NR 108, 3, change prerequisites, math from intermediate algebra to modern college math, and remove microbiology and add pathophysiology.
Second, Melissa Arpaza, board member. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion passes.
Okay, motion 10, it was moved to accept the major curriculum change from Dodge City Community College ADN to add health assessment course and reorganize remaining first level courses, decrease credit hours for fundamentals, change prerequisites, math from intermediate algebra to modern college math, and remove microbiology and add pathophysiology.
Michelle,
Rebecca.
seconds. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, no. Motion passes.
All right, almost done, moving through. Motion 11, it was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations for Johnson County Community College ADN nursing program and reapprove for a time period consistent with national accreditation.
Here a second.
Second, Sharp.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
One opposed, no. Motion passes.
Okay, motion 12. It was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations for Seward County Community College and to reapprove the PN program for 5 years.
There a second? Second, Melissa Arpaza, board member. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
One opposed, no. Motion passes.
Okay, motion 13. It was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations for North Central Kansas Technical College, Beloit, PN program and reapprove the PN program for 5 years.
There a second?
Andrew Goldsmith, board member, I second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
One opposed, no. Motion passes.
Okay. Motion 14, it was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations for the Mid-American Nazarene University AG Adult Geriatric Primary Care Nurse Practitioner Program and reapprove the program for 5 years.
Second, Campbell Heiston, board member. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
One opposed, no. Motion passes.
Motion 15, it was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations for the Garden City Community College PM program and recommend reapproval for 5 years.
Second, Melissa Marquez, board member. Thank you. Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. When opposed, no. Motion passes.
Motion 16, it was moved to accept the focus site visit report with recommendations for the Fort Scott Community College ADN program and recommend the program remain on conditional approval and that a follow-up site visit be done with national accreditation, ASIN, on September 24th through 26th, 2024.
Second, Melissa Marquez, board member.
Do you have any discussion? Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone opposed? No. Motion passes.
Okay, motion 17, it was moved to accept the application for a practical nurse education program for allied health career training with an on-site visit to be done prior to admission of students.
Second, Melissa Marquez, board member.
Did it say a location? I'm sorry.
It doesn't. It's
Okay.
Wichita.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
We didn't put that in there.
Oh, it's WSU, it just says allied health career training.
Not WSU, it's just in Wichita. She
Oh,
wanted
okay.
to know the location.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just,
No.
The location, right, okay.
it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? No. Motion passes.
All right. Motion 18, it was moved to approve the draft revisions for KAR 60-3-114 and to start the approval process.
Second, Michaela Heisen, board member. Thank you. Discussion. Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed? No. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Feel better. Okay, we will move next to the investigative committee. And that'll be Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Linda pretty much has summed up how our meeting went. We did discuss a lot of items and enjoyed the information from KNAT that was presented. And I do have one motion to read today. I move to approve the final regulation review of KAR 60-3-110 unprofessional conduct and KAR 60-7-106 unprofessional conduct as reviewed and approved by the investigative committee.
Adrian Goldsmith, board member, I second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? No. Motion passes.
Thank you. That's all I
Rebecca.
have today. Thank you.
Okay, next is the CNE IV therapy committee, so I'll hand the
Lunch is here, I believe, correct?
Whenever you're ready.
So, depending whenever you're ready. That way.
This is probably a good stopping point for lunch, because I'll have to hand it over and we'll do it. So, we will adjourn for lunch. And how long do we have for lunch? I feel like I gave a short break,
30,
so-
40 minutes,
So if you want to do two and then make her now.
maybe 45. How's that?
Okay.
Come back at 12:30. How would that work?
Great. We'll break until 12:30 for lunch.
All right, and we will make sure that someone stays down here if you want to leave your purses and stuff. They'll kind of shuffle people. Staff coming back down here to eat, so.
We'll be
Very
back.
exciting.
Okay, so we will call our meeting back to order. One thing I wanted to mention, it was brought to my attention, that we did not address the question, for the workforce group, regarding members to the advisory, board, to their advisory board, board of nursing member and a staff member. And so you do have clarification, you know, it's outside of the scope as a board of nursing board member, to represent the board, in an advisory board capacity. And so that would remove, a board member from that role. And in a lot of ways, the same can be said for a board of nursing staff member that would really not be able to represent or make decisions on or speak for the board.
Yeah, what typically happens when we go out and are on committees, and you'll see that a lot of the committees that we're on are either from National Council or the Nurse Licensure Compact, or like me, it's just the other execs from the state agencies, because we go to meetings like that or something and we say anything, absolutely anything, and the next thing we know, it's out there that the Board of Nursing said this. And the only time that you guys give any direction for me to speak on your behalf is to go over there and testify. And then I usually have set my testimony and the bill and everything by the president, so that they know what I'm gonna be saying over there. But other than that, it's not the staff's place to go out there and speak on behalf of the board. And Linda, I'm sure, runs into it, Janelle runs into it. But it's very easy for them just to kind of get us involved in something. So we have to really watch what we get involved with. Because we're not out there speaking for you all. We're not.
Thank you. Okay, so we will move back to committee reports, and I will hand the meeting over to Michaela.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So right now we'll hear the CNE IV Therapy Advisory Committee, and actually, if it's okay with everyone, we'll also hear the Finance Committee so that we can hear those together. Is that okay?
So for the CNE IV Therapy Committee, we discussed our plan for regulation review, as many other committees are doing. And then we also discussed some outstanding annual report data and just a plan for Carol to follow up on that. In addition to that, we had a few motions, which I will go to. It was moved to approve consent agenda items 1, 2, and 3, which includes the final review of KAR 60-16-102, KAR 60-4-103, and KAR 60-9-105 as presented.
For a second?
Lori, on board 1 second.
So it's moved and seconded. Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor, say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, no. Any abstain? Motion pass.
It was moved to approve the long-term 5-year renewal application from Hayes Medical Center, LT 0021-1138.
The motion, anyone second?
Second, Melissa Marpesa, board member.
Any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
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 Oh. Any abstain? Motion passed.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application from Osawatomie State Hospital, LT 0111-1105.
The motion? Anyone?
And Sharp.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
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 No. Any abstain? Motion passed.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application follow-up from Mental Health Association of South Central Kansas, LT 0105-0127.
There's a motion, anyone second?
Second, Melissa Orpeza, board member.
It's been moved and seconded, any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
Yeah.
All opposed, no. Any abstain? Motion passed.
And my final, it was moved to amend the articles in section 3 under membership to include the wording and or IV therapy approved provider.
Okay, there's a motion, anyone second?
Second, Melissa Orpeza, board member.
It's been moved and seconded, any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, no. Any abstain? Motion passed.
And that is all for the CNE IV therapy committee.
Excellent, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Would you like to move on to the finance?
Sure. So for finance committee, we did not have a quorum this morning, so our agenda items were moved to the March meeting.
Excellent, I'll hand the meeting back to you.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to the APRN committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We met yesterday and we did have one consent item agenda that I need to move to approve. It's for the APRN programs approved for licensure.
And we have a motion. Is there a second?
Michelle Terry, second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And then we did go over some unfinished business with the PMP program. There's right now currently a vacancy. Carol will be looking at or asking the local organizations in the state of Kansas for potential applicants for the future. We need to renew, we need to have 4 new midwives for the BOHA committee. Carol will also be reaching out to the midwives that are licensed in the state of Kansas to apply for that. We did review the graduate preceptor qualifications, KAR 60-17-104. We had some additional questions and Janelle will follow up with those for us, and then we'll revisit that in March. And then we've also had some additional, the 4th one was a clinical hours requirements for KAR 60-17-105, which there is the possibility for APRN contract compact potentially in the future. So we want to make sure that we're within those guidelines, so we don't have to keep going across the street and try to wrap it up as much as we can in one fell swoop. And there were some additional questions that Janelle will be looking into for us as well to bring back in March. And then we did go over our new regulation review process. We had a complete turnover of committee, so Carol has broken that down, and we have our first big chunk that we're going to get to, which is the APRN. There was 15, I believe, that we're going to have reviewed for March and bring those comments back and wordsmith that and get that done in March so that we save on timeline. And then we have our we talked about the vacancies, and then we had I have another motion for the 5-year statute review, regulations review. So I move to approve KSA 65-1155, KSA 65-1158, and KSA 65-1159 as written. Is there a second?
Michelle Terry, second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries.
Okay, perfect. And then we did look at the committee description for KSBN articles. And I have moved to March. We tabled it till March. I think we were running out of time at that time. Was that
Yeah.
right? Okay.
We had new members.
And new members who were, we were still adjusting for that as well. Thank you. Appreciate that. And that's all I have. And I could have. Madam Chair. Thank you.
We will move to the practice committee. Lori?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We met yesterday, sorry, and we discussed, the RN finished business was the RN LPN scope of practice chart that we've been working on for a little while. And I think we finally got it to a place that we were happy with it, so I do have a motion for that. I move to approve the RN and LPN scope of practice nursing comparison chart.
Second.
Second, Melissa Orpeza, board member.
So moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries.
And then we also discussed KDHE and KLHD Public Health Scope of Practice Toolkit for nurses. It wasn't anything that we needed to make a motion on, but we just kind of gave our support that it looked good. So, trying to get some additional resources out there. So maybe it'll avoid some calls. So that was good. And then we did start to look at our regulation review process as well. We're gonna revisit those back in March when they come back through, so. And then I do have one other motion. We did look at the committee description. And so, I move to approve the practice committee description as written.
Motion. We have a second.
Second, Melissa Orpeza, board member.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries.
And that's all I have.
Thank you. That concludes our committee reports. So we will move on to unfinished business, starting with the board retreat report.
Yeah, this is on page 19 in your board packet. And this is the summary report that we received from the strategic retreat that was done in July, end of July, in Salina. And so this is the ideas that you all came up with and talked about and different stuff like that. And then I put behind it the strategic plan that we currently have, because I don't know if you want any changes to that strategic plan based on some of the discussion that came out of the strategic retreat.
I guess my question is, how did the things that we developed at the retreat lay over onto the strategic plan, or do you, Carol, then take this step and make other assignments or determine what's practicable and what's not, or?
No, I did not. I just brought it back to you all. You know, if you want me to do that, but it's kind of up to you guys as far as I think how you, if there's changes that you want to the strategic plan, because typically the board puts together the strategic plan. But I can do more work. You just have to.
I'm not looking for, I'm just wondering how we operationalize the things that were there, because there are a lot of things in there that were kind of specific, like developing a better relationship with the Mohawk. I don't know how we, as a board, need to go about prioritizing. Maybe this is a very long list of stuff.
Yeah.
So, um. I do maybe, as you said, I think this is a little bit of, what came out of our retreat, and is meant to be a strategic plan for the board overall, so. Knowing that we could take this back with a little more sort of directive based on the overview that we have in the current strategic plan. Because I think that while some things in this overview are specific, it may be noted then in the strategic plan in a more generic way to ensure that, we really are addressing those pieces, and that if there are areas that we have specific questions in, that we can address those in general at a board meeting. So that would be reasonable for.
So let me see if I'm understanding, kind of, you would like to know for some of this, is it already on our original strategic plan, and where does it fit, if that's what you're wanting?
Yes, and I'm not saying that has to be, I think part of that can be, our own review, and probably different people have different area of interest to look specifically to, but I think some of the pieces like onboarding recommendations, we have just kind of a little bit of that, like, we're looking at job descriptions, so that may not specifically be noted somewhere as a bullet point in our strategic plan, but we're addressing it.
Yeah, I am interested in like a staff, just a review of, yeah, we're already doing that. Because boards are notorious for coming up with things that you guys are already doing. So to just say that's addressed, it's here in the plan, and here's what we're doing. And then if there are 4 or 5 things remaining that were really novel, then we could take a look at those and say, do we want to add to the plan or strategize this, or is it just too much right now for the resources we have?
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, may I ask, are you looking for like a spreadsheet of sorts where we take the current strategic initiatives and then line them out by numbers or categories or something with the proposals that we were discussed at the retreat, and see, which ones would thinking of key points, like there might be some fiscal considerations, there might be some legislative things that would need to occur before we could tackle some of these things, but then others like better relationships with XYZ probably wouldn't have a fiscal consideration to it and might be more strategic. Is that what you're kind of looking for?
Yeah, I mean, from my opinion, I wouldn't want to create too much, work in laying it out, but even if it's to go from this document that came from this latest retreat, is to say, like, in this section, like, for partnership prioritization, these pieces are addressed in priority number 2. Yeah, like, so, just to, even if it's on that document, to show like it is addressed in a more generic fashion. And these things are happening, it's in our plan, or if we're already doing it, like someone's taking those steps, we can check some of those things off and then see where there's gaps. And maybe at that point, we say, kind of as a follow-up of the retreat, okay, that's more of a long-term, like, let's kind of table that until the next retreat and say, like, this was a priority, can it fit into, we thought this was important, but didn't fall into the priorities of where things are, do we want to bring it back around? So just to really get a good sense of what are we doing with those things from our retreat.
Kind of mapping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just even in this document, if it was a writable PDF to color code it, red is, we're doing it, yellow needs some attention, green, I don't know, and use comments or something, I would create a new.
It looks like the biggest thing that doesn't show up in the strategic plan is all the discussion we had around legislature. And
That's what I was just thinking about.
That was a huge part of that retreat.
There's kind of like one bullet point at the end in the strategic plan about,
Yeah, because you guys had a little bit different take on some of the legislative stuff at the retreat than we've heard in the past. So, and what you guys were discussing there, that feasibly have a fiscal impact, right? So,
Please have peace on communication.
Yeah, communication.
Yeah.
Agencies, right. Okay, we'll work on that.
Next, the board member job description.
Yeah, this is something that was discussed at the retreat. You kind of felt like if there was a board member job description, position description, whatever you want to call it, that could be shared with the appointment secretary at the governor's office, because again, we as the agency have no contact with these people that want to be board members. So sometimes they come in and they have no idea what's all involved, you know, all these committees and how often we meet or anything. They just kind of be on board with this thing, I guess. So we brought back a couple of suggestions, or examples, maybe. So I guess we're just looking for maybe a little bit of an idea from you all, what you want for. I think it would be, I mean, I don't know when you all came into this, if you had any idea what all was going to be involved. Yeah, I'm seeing some notes, and typically that's what we hear out of them. Wow, I had no idea that all of this was part of it. So I think it would be kind of nice if people knew that before they agreed to it. Now, occasionally people will call me and say, hey, I want to be a board member. So I talk them through the process of, you know, you have to apply for it through the governor's office. And, you know, presently we have no openings, but, you know, and stuff like that. And so I say, well, why do you want to be a board member? And sometimes it's just truly, well, I just want to do that. And I'm like, so what do you understand about what they do? I mean, because they've never been to a meeting, they have no idea. And sometimes they're like, no, I don't want it that way. I just want to say that I was on it. Okay, you might be in for awakening here. So.
Well, as you describe it, it's a working board.
It is very working. Yeah.
And I think if we had a breakdown of the time commitment per committee, because the investigative committee is very involved.
Mhm.
And the expectation that you're on multiple committees, I think is important. Most boards, you might be on one or maybe two.
I kind of think it's almost like two different documents in some ways, like, I think we've had conversations about onboarding, but I like the North Carolina Board of Nursing, where they had the job description, and then there was some just kind of general statements in the code of conduct, and then some other pieces about a job description, which did talk about prepare for, attend, and participate in the meetings. I think it could be, you know, clearly laid out that there are, you know, 4 quarterly meetings annually, like located in Topeka, like, you know what I mean? I just, some of those specifics. And then I think the next side of it is if you lay out that general expectation, then it's a different document about the specifics of when you're on the board and committees and what do those entail, so that when you are trying to make those, you know, preferences, that you have a little better idea of yours. And maybe some of the general pieces are, you know, you can assume on average this much time quarterly, or, you know, in a range depending on what committee you're on. I don't know, but I just feel like some of the specifics don't mean a whole lot until you're.
You see what it actually is.
Yeah, right, yeah. That's just.
Okay. Well, like when we came in during COVID, we came into Zooms, and so it's like, I had no idea what to expect. So, I mean, and obviously it was just figuring out a way to get it going and making it work, so. We kind of learned as we went.
I think my first year was awesome.
Yeah, was it?
Think so. Wasn't until the strategic
retreat,
retreat, I think we actually had a face to face.
2020 was when March of 2020, we did not have that meeting because we had just moved been moved out, so that's when we started with the virtual. And did it for a year and a half. Something like that.
I really think the first time I saw everybody was at our strategic.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, we can work on something and bring it back next time. Is that kind of?
I love this. This is.
Yeah, I like the North Carolina too, because I like the code of conduct in addition to job description, because there's a lot of emphasis on that here.
I think it entails the importance of coming to the meetings and notifying and responding.
Yeah, because it's tough when we can't have a meeting because there's not quorum, because everything has to wait for 3 months, so it's basically 6 months before some of that stuff can be followed up. And that's kind of tough.
Can you hold, so like, is there an option even if the finance committee were to meet via Zoom in 2 weeks, or does it have to be on this day? I mean, if you had something really pressing that we had to review, can you convene an interim committee meeting or not?
The board or the president can call a special meeting. The thing is, if you have finance committee have a special meeting, then you've got to have the board have a special meeting, because what is agreed upon in finance still has to go to the full board. So if we were to have a special finance committee in 3 weeks, okay, you either have to have a board meeting or you wait until March to bring that. Because, any business that was done there that needs to go back to the board, you would still be holding it up until March. See what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, we can do special meetings. They're not the easiest to get everyone there. And again, we have to have quorums of those.
Well, it would only make sense if there was some really pressing matter that couldn't hold over.
And probably, yeah, finance was probably the easiest committee of all of these, if you could see where some of this would be an issue waiting for another 3 months.
And the more numbers we have of members on a board, the increase the number of quorum we have.
We may want to consider, stating that we want all committees to be an odd number, because that fixes that rounding up problem.
Would it, do you think? And
Well, if you have 3, you only have to have 2, but if you have 4, apparently
Right.
you have to have 3.
Right.
Because I thought you just had to have 50%, but Carol says you have to have a 51% majority.
That's okay. Okay. Well, we don't have it happen very much. I mean, this is the second time. in 2 or 3 months. So I think it might be happening a little bit more, but there's a lot going on.
So when do you want to bring this
I
back?
can bring it back in March.
Thank you. Next is KSBN articles.
Yeah, those actually start on page 59, and I will just tell you, not all the committees looked at their own description this time around, because some of them wanted to think about it for a little while. So I don't know if you want to wait for all of their feedback before you do more work on this, or if there's parts of it you want to do, or I'm not sure how you want to do this.
So sections of each committee were at that committee to review.
Yes.
And, but not all of them did, you're saying, like.
Right, some of them did
the
not
committee.
get to it, or we had a total new members. And so, yeah, they were just trying to understand what this was all about, and so with some explanation, I think they'll do much better next time. That's kind of how I absorb it.
This is accurate, the last time they were reviewed. Oh, no, they were revised in June of 21. They were adopted in July of 2000.
So, I mean, We have-
2021 isn't that
No.
long ago.
I mean, we can table that.
Okay. Let's do that, and then everyone, it sounds like all the committees will have been reviewed, or that's the intent after their March committee meetings. Okay. And then the fiscal year 23 annual report.
That is in your site, your on-site packet. And this is a draft, the fiscal year 2023 annual report. Again, when you look at this, you got to remember what it covered, July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. So it's maybe not what you're seeing this moment, but it's what happened within that time frame. We did it very similar to how we did the one the year before. And that I will just say these, for the most part, are received very well across the street. They see it as a snapshot of what the Board of Nursing has done within that time period. So we've tried to include, you know, a lot of information in there, performance metrics. Just kind of a review of the budget, and then each division kind of has a piece in here. I think this is where the workforce group was getting some of their data, because we've got these on our website from numerous years back. So. But I think I've reviewed it for like any grammar issues or anything like that, so. But once you guys approve it, or it gets to what we want, then we post it on our website. Right now, it's not.
Is there a time limit on when we need to get this done?
No, I will tell you, it's nice if I have one I can take over to the legislature when I go over there. So if you don't approve it at this meeting, and I wouldn't have it out there among people until it's approved. And the next one would be March, and we're getting very close to the session being almost over. So it's up to you. I mean, I don't have to use it.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yeah, I think so. Just if you approve it.
We have one written.
Let's just turn around.
I'm like, I don't know how to do it. It really is.
That vendor does a nice job.
Well, I think the ones that have given what to put in it
It
shows a lot.
There's a lot of work on it.
A lot of.
Hopeful that the new, once we get to the new licensing system, it has some more enhanced reporting capabilities. So there's probably gonna be some new data that we can use, that we're not necessarily expecting today. So if you hear of anything that might be beneficial to your population, if you can think of it, that we might be able to somehow materialize, we're gonna be in the portion to be making those reports here before too long. So one area that I can see is to break down the counties based upon profession. That's been a request. It's not the easiest thing to do right now. So we're hopeful that maybe in the future we can do that a little easier.
So somebody writing this one. Want to know what the title is?
It's a fiscal year 23 annual report.
They're on the bottom.
This vendor is the one who also does on this. So they
I move to approve the fiscal year 2023 annual report as written.
Second, Michelle. Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion carries.
Great, thank you. We'll get that out on the list.
Great. So we will move on to new business, which is fiscal year 24 strategic planning retreat.
Yeah, I think it was talked about in the last strategic planning retreat that you thought it would be helpful to have one of these every year. So, it takes a little while to find a place and everything, so we would just like it if you can have some discussion and maybe come up with a couple of dates or something. And I think that's kind of why she was thinking about putting this on here. And also where you want it in the state, because last year we had it in Salina, the years before they've been in Wichita. I mean, we'll look wherever, it's just, everybody can kind of come up with a couple of dates or something.
Now, timing wise, does it work better to have it in July? So then, like, if we did it around the same time, so then there's a couple months till the next meeting, or like for you guys?
Well, I will tell you, if you're gonna be looking at something that's going to impact the budget some, probably a little bit earlier to try to work through, because it probably would be a supplemental to the budget for fiscal year 25, and that takes a little bit of work. And we start budget in August as far as putting it all in. So you gotta have it all figured out before then.
And our quarterly meeting is in June. Do you all have any annual meetings that fall? I think you said the one meeting for August. This is the conflicts in June.
The only conflict I would have in June is the executive officer summit, that's the yearly retreat that they do for like all my counterparts and all the boards of nursing. National Council takes us someplace, and we have a lot of things that we work through, and I believe that is like maybe the third week of June. I think it's the week after board meeting. Because the fiscal year ends June 30th and everything kind of hits. So that would be tough for me to miss that.
Ian's suggestion was
So we'd almost be, if we wanted to do summer, we'd almost be looking at like the end of May or the very end of June, like that last week after your.
Is there any consideration for those with children that in school, out of school, that kind of thing? I don't have any, but. I don't have any children. I don't know. So, I mean, don't know if that would make a difference.
This is staff, no.
That's full grown.
Yeah.
Okay.
Staff that would be there. I mean, Ray, that her daughter's older. I'll be glad to see mom leave now.
Oh, I gotta get dark.
Gotta go.
It's like you're on duty.
I like the last week of May.
Okay.
Anybody else?
That works.
Kind of do. It'd be before the board meeting. It's usually Memorial Weekend, right? Service.
Just stay away from the multiple weekend.
Right.
So we're looking, we're.
We usually do it on a
Yeah.
Wednesday. Like a
Now, what
Tuesday.
we've done in the past is,
Usually.
we've allowed like a morning for people to travel in. We do it in the afternoon. Then we have a little dinner or something in the evening, and then the next day, we start in the morning. Kind of work through lunch. We have lunch kind of brought in, and then we end around like one or two so that people can travel back home, if that's how you want it done, yeah.
So that'd be like the 29th and 30th. That what you're looking at?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was looking after that.
One of those a
holiday.
holiday?
The 27th is Memorial Day.
Okay, just curious. I knew it was somewhere at the
That
end of
week,
May.
yeah, it would be after Memorial Day,
Okay.
After.
So you said what?
the 29th and the 30th.
I might say get at least another date just in case, because depending on which part of the state might depend on availability,
Mhm.
that sort of thing.
Oh, get 2 dates.
If possible.
As a backup.
May
30 and 31. Sorry.
I believe the board meeting in June is the 10th, 11th, and 12th. Yeah.
Yes.
So then we'd almost be looking at like June 26th and 27th, if we went to the end of June.
That'd be an alternate.
Okay.
But the second one you want there?
Okay, so we're looking at May 29th and 30th, or June 26th, 27th. Right?
Yeah, number one choice is May and number two is June. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I'm just gonna put in for both of them, so I'm not get approved. And then I'll just tell them I'm over here.
Second one, the last week of June.
June 26th and 27th. So the next question is, where in the state do you want this?
Yeah, dark, just. I'm good.
So who drives in the furthest from Topeka now? Is it Becky?
Giovanni from
Giovanni.
Garden City.
Okay.
And I think it's nice for this if everybody's in person. But I think you have a little bit better discussion. But she right now is the one who drives the furthest, and as far as board members, we and Becky both go off the end of June, I think. I'm thinking right, and Becky cannot go for a reappointment because
She's got kids rooms.
yeah, she's already been, but I think,
Yeah, my preference, but
I think Giovanni probably would have it, but this is just her first term and I don't know if she's in interest. But those are the two that would be going off. So we'd have new board, if we get new board members right away, they would be coming on in July.
Okay.
I didn't mind Salina because it was kind of a middle for everybody, but I mean. If they can come.
Did you like the place that we had it in last year?
I thought it was very nice, yeah.
You want us to shoot for that?
Like the food for last year. That's good.
I wasn't there. I'm not gonna have an opinion. I wasn't
I thought the one went the time before, that was awesome too, so I didn't figure you picked bad places.
The Wichita place?
Is that maybe second choice? For some
The Wichita place is nice,
Second
Like
choice.
you said it,
especially if we can meet right next to the hotel.
right.
Yeah.
See, we used to be able to do that. I don't know if we still can, but otherwise if you have to travel. it
Yeah,
makes it-
that's harder.
Yeah.
If you can find one that wherever we go, we don't have to, we park the vehicle and we do.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Salina first again, and then Wichita second if for some.
Okay. Okay, we'll work on that. Report back in March. Would that be okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we don't have an executive session need. So for the agenda for March 2024, we have moved, the board retreat report. We're going to talk about the strategic retreat report from 23, kind of overlay the strategic plan, review that. We've moved the KSBN articles review to the March meeting. Board description. Board description. Yeah.
Madam Chair. Yes, sorry, I had a thought. I know we approved the fiscal year report. Is it all right if we have one under or give those to the Senate and the House?
The annual report.
Annual report, do they already get them? Do we already get them?
No, we haven't. We do have a one pager too. That I thought, maybe you and I can talk about what's the best way to give this to them. Because we did do that one pager and I didn't have it to get in the packet or anything. That just kind of front back, kind of really small details about us. But there are some over there who are very interested in the annual report. So maybe you and I can talk about what's the best way to get it over there.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I need a board approval. Who I ask.
No, that's a great idea.
Great. Any other items right now for the March agenda? Okay. In that case, we're gonna show.
Yeah. Thank you, Colton.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
Christmas.
Have a Merry Christmas.